the sounds today. Good morning, everyone. Exactly, because we are here on what would I say now? A challenging situation, but in the midst of it, we have to be cheerful, all right? So this morning we are going to begin our devotion, and we are going to sing. What's the chorus again? I am a promise. All right, so I'm going to ask everyone to stand as we sing. All right, we begin after three. One, two, three. I am a promise. I am a possibility. I am a promise. With a capital P. I am a great big bundle of potentiality. Oh yeah. And I'm learning to hear God's voice, and I'm trying to make the right choice. I am a promise to be anything God wants me to be. One more time. I am a promise. I am a possibility. I am a promise. With a capital P. I am a great big bundle of potentiality. And I'm learning to hear God's voice, and I'm trying to make the right choice. I am a promise to be anything God wants me to be. Oh yeah. All right, thank you so much. So we're going to do the prayer for us. So let's do that prayer for you. Come to you this morning as your children. Lord, we come to you, not in your hands, but safely to your cross we will free. Father, at this junction, Lord, we ask that you will intervene in this session that we are going to do. Let everything that we do, O Lord, let it be done honestly, and let it be done in good spirit. We ask that you will come here, and you will cover us under your blood, dear Lord. Give us a good day. In your mighty name I pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Miss Lumley. All right, so we will be kicking off our third and fourth playoff in this the Southwest State and Primary School Quiz Competition, and that's between Bob Marley Primary and Maury Mountain Primary. So we'll be starting in 2 minutes. All right, so just sit tight. We'll start in 2 minutes. All right. matchup is between Bob Marley Primary and Murray Mountain Primary. This match lasts for 3 sections: the alternative, the speed, and the buzzer challenge. In the alternative section, questions will be asked alternatively to both teams, gaining 1 point for the correct answer, not losing any point for the incorrect answer. If a team gets a question incorrect, the question will be passed to their opponent without them losing their try. If a team says pass, the question will be automatically passed to their opponent. Teams, you have 10 seconds in which to answer your questions. Failure to do so, the question will be passed to your opponent. Our judges for today's match are Mrs. Karian Patterson Blake, Nassim Lawrence, Marissa Brady, and Pamela Edwards. Aloysius Subera. I am your host, O'Shane Gray. Earlier on, we had the toss. Bob Marley won, and they opted for Murray to go first. So, Murray, we start with you, and we'll start with social studies. Who is the current head of government for Trinidad and Tobago? That is correct. Bob Marley, social studies. Who is the current head of government for St. Vincent and the Grenadines? Question passes to Murray. Would you like to try? That's Dr. Godwin Friday. Still with you, Murray. General knowledge. Finish the lyrics of the popular TJ song. Stay in our own lane, own a lane. That is correct. Over to you, Bob Marley. General knowledge. Finish the lyrics to the popular Vibes Cartel song. Well, today is a new day. Give thanks for life. We'll accept. Over to you, Murray. This is a visual. Look at the monitor. Identify this person. Question passes to Bob Marley. Would you like to try? That's Rita Marley. Still with you, Bob Marley. Also visual. Look at the monitor. Identify this person. Question passes to Murray. Would you like to try? Go ahead. That is incorrect. It's Damian Junior Gong Marley. Still with you, Murray. Social studies. What geographical term describes a low-lying area found between hills or mountains, often where rivers flow? Correct. But Marley, social studies. Name the highland formation categorized by a flat top. Correct. Language arts, Murray. Give a synonym for the word allow. Will accept. Over to you, Bob Marley. Language arts. Give a synonym for the word accept. Judges, will accept. Over to you, Murray. Math. Subtract 156 from 212. That is correct. Bob Marley, math. Subtract 347 from 535. Question passes to Murray. Would you like to try? That is correct. Still with you, Murray. General knowledge. Complete the Jamaican proverb. Behind dog, it is dog. But that's incorrect. Question passes to Bob Marley. Would you like to try? But before dog, it is Mr. Dog. Still with you, Bob Marley. General knowledge. Complete the Jamaican proverb. Now hang your hat. Question passes to Maury. Would you like to try? Go ahead. That is correct. Still with you, Maury. Science. Which type of vertebrate is known for living exclusively in water? Correct. But Marley, science. What type of vertebrate is capable of living both in water and on land? Judges. We won't accept. Question passes to Maury. Would you like to try? We're looking for amphibians. Still with you, Maury. Social studies. Which branch of government is responsible for managing government operations and includes the Prime Minister and Cabinet? That's incorrect. Question passes to Bob Marley. Would you like to try? Go ahead. That's incorrect. We're looking for the executive. Still with you, Bob Marley. Social studies. Which branch of government includes Parliament, which is the House of Representatives and the Senate, and is responsible for making laws? That's repeat for the judges, please. You want to accept? Question passes to Maury. Would you like to try? That is correct. Still with you, Maury. Math. A shirt is marked at $80. It is on sale for 10% off. How much does the customer pay for the shirt? Question passes to Bob Marley. Would you like to try? That is incorrect. It's $72. Still with you, Bob Marley. Math. A television that usually sells for $750 is reduced by 20%. What is the new price? Question passes to Maury. Would you like to try? Go ahead. The answer is $600. And with that comes to the end of the alternative section. We'll check these scores and be back for the speed challenge. Just an announcement, just advising everyone, or please to take note, we have the St. John Health Department on the outside to my right. If you need your blood pressure check to be done and cholesterol checks, we have the St. John Health Department on the outside. All right? I just want to acknowledge the presence of our Member of Parliament, the Honorable Xavier Main. Please make him welcome. Welcome back to our third place playoff in the Southwest St. Anne Primary School Quiz Competition between Murray Mountain Primary and Bob Marley Primary. At the end of the first round, the scores are Bob Marley Primary on 3 and Murray Mountain Primary on 9. We now move into the speed challenge. In this section, each team will be given separate 3 minutes to answer as many questions as possible. Teams, if you don't know the answer, say pass. We move right along. If you want a question to be repeated, I can do so. However, additional time will not be allotted. And again, we will start with Murray. Murray, your 3 minutes will start after I read the first question, and I'll start with Matt. A shopkeeper buys a football for $12 and sells it for $15. What is his profit in percentage? 25%. Language arts. What is the setting of a story? Judges, you're looking for time and place where it happens. Science. What type of lens are diverging lens? Correct. Social studies. Which parish has the capital Maypen? Correct. Math. Multiply 65 by 4. Correct. Spell category. Correct. Science. What happens after pollination? That is correct. Social studies. Who was the Prime Minister of Jamaica in 2008? Bruce Golden. Math. Pennywise puts $300 in a bank account, earning 4% simple interest per year. How much interest will he earn in 1 year? $12. Language arts. Coffee is the cup as soup is to? Correct. Science. What is reflection? We'll accept. Social studies. In which Caribbean country is the Crop Over Festival held? Barbados. Math. Add 123.12 and 45.10. 168.22. Language arts. What is an 8-letter word meaning fatherly? Paternal. Science. What is the black powder formed by the incomplete burning of organic matter called? Judges, I have soot or black carbon. Social studies. Which two national heroes led slave rebellions in Jamaica? Correct. Math. Subtract 888 from 987. Correct. Language arts. Identify the verb in the following sentence. The mouse bit a hole in the bag. Correct. Science. Which unit measures electrical current? Ampere. Social studies. Who is the Speaker of the House of Representatives? Correct. Math. What is the median? No time for that. The end of your 3 minutes, Maury. Very well done. We now move over to Bob Marley for your 3 minutes. The clock will start after I read the first question. I'll start with Math. Bob Marley. The cost price of an article is $40 and the profit is 20% of the cost price. What is the selling price of the article? $48. Language arts. What problem does the main character face in most stories? A conflict or challenge they must solve. Science. What type of lens are converging lens? That's incorrect. It's convex. Social studies. Which parish has the capital Lucy? Hanover. Math. Multiply 53 by 6. Correct. Spell symmetry. That is incorrect. It's Cemetery. Science. What happens after fertilization in plants? Seed formation. Social studies. Who was the Prime Minister of Jamaica in 2013? That's incorrect. It's Portia Simpson Miller. Math. You bought a 2-liter container of cooking oil for $2.50. What is the cost per liter? That's incorrect. $1.25 per liter. Language arts. Tea is to liquid as banana is to? Correct. Science. What is refraction? The bending of light as it passes one transparent material to another. Social studies. Name a Caribbean country where carnival is held. Correct. Math. Add 51.33 and 7.4. 58.73. What 8-letter word means the same as big? Enormous. Science. What is a thick, hazy, brownish gray cloud of air pollution that looks like a mix of smoke and fog? Looking for smog. Social studies. Which national hero was self-educated and became a successful landowner and businessman? No time for that. The answer would have been George William Gordon. That's the end of your 3 minutes, Bob Marley, and the end of the speed challenge. We'll check these scores and be back for the exciting buzzer challenge. Testing.
Check, check, check.
Welcome back to the third place playoff in the Southwest St. Anne Primary School quiz competition between Murray Mountain Primary and Bob Marley Primary. At the end of the first two rounds, the scores are Bob Marley Primary on 6 and Murray Mountain Primary on 20. We now move into the buzzer challenge. In this section, questions will be thrown open to both teams. First, pressing the buzzer and waiting to be identified will be given the opportunity to answer. If you answer correctly, you gain 2 points. If you answer incorrectly, you lose 2 points. If you answer before you have been identified, you will lose 2 points. Teams, you have 10 seconds in which to answer. After you have been identified, failure to do so, you lose 2 points. In this section, the questions will not be repeated, so please listen carefully. Audience, we're asking you please be quiet. This section lasts for 5 minutes. Let's have 5 minutes on the clock. The clock will start after I read the first question. We will start with general knowledge. What is the title of the song from which the following line comes from? Stolen from Africa, brought to America. Buffalo Soldier. Spell pneumonia. That's Murray. That's incorrect. It's Pneumonia. Team, this is the visual. Look at the monitor. Identify this cartoon character. That's Elastigirl. Science. When the pollen from the male anther moves to the flower's female stigma, this is known as what? That's Murray. Judges, it's pollination. Social studies. On which continent would you find Zimbabwe? Murray. Correct. General knowledge. Who is the Deputy Prime Minister of Jamaica? Murray. That is correct. Science. What determines whether an object sinks or floats? Murray. Judges, I have density. Math. Find the highest common factor of 32 and 46. Two. Spell traditional. Murray. Correct. General knowledge. What is the national dress of Jamaica? Murray. Correct. Team, this is a visual. Look at the monitor. Identify this brand logo. Murray. That is correct. General knowledge. What name is given to a person who has lived to 100 years? Murray. We'll accept. How many pineapples are there on the Jamaican coat of arms? Murray. Correct. Math. Calculate 113 by 14. That's 1,582. Science. What are the three groups of instruments called? Murray? Correct. Language arts. What word means the sound or action of people clapping their hands together to show approval, enjoyment, or appreciation often following a performance or speech. Bob Marley? That is correct. General knowledge. What does the acronym CPFSA stand for? Child Protection and Family Services Agency. General knowledge. The Bahamas is made up of over how many islands? Murray? That is correct. Math. If Jerry had $295 and was told to share it between himself and his 5 friends, how much would each person get? $49.17. General knowledge. What does stamp and go refer to in Jamaica? Murray? Judges? General knowledge. Who do Rastafarians worship? Murray? That is correct. Language arts. What is the collective noun for a group of pigs? Bob Marley? Is incorrect. We're looking for a drift, a drove, or a sunder. And that is the end of the buzzer challenge and the end of the match. We'll double check these scores and be back with your final score. Welcome back to our third place playoff in this the Southwest St. Anne Primary School Quiz Competition between Murray Mountain Primary and Bob Marley Primary. Just some adjustments to our scores before I give you the final score. To the question, the science question, what determines whether an object sinks or floats? The answer given by Murray was buoyancy. That is indeed correct. And also to the question, Murray, general knowledge, what is stamp and go? You said fritters. We are looking for saltfish fritters. So we will not accept. So with that being said, at the end of the match, the scores are Bob Marley Primary on 6 and Murray Mountain Primary on 36. Very well done, Murray, and very well played, Bob Marley. I'll now invite the captains of both teams to come forward and shake hands in keeping with the Southwest St. Anne quiz tradition. Captains? All right, thank you so much, ladies. Again, final score, Bob Marley Primary on 6 and Murray Mountain Primary on 36. Bob Marley Primary is our fourth place team and Murray Mountain Primary our third place team. Please stay tuned for our invitational match, our teachers match that will be aired shortly. Following that will be our grand finale between Aboukir Primary and our defending champions, Bethany Primary. We're calling all principals and teachers. You're ready for your match. Teachers, principals, we're ready for you. Start your match. All right, could I have your attention, please? We're about to start, but just public service announcement. There is free Wi-Fi here, courtesy of the Universal Service Fund. So please utilize just as possible. So free Wi-Fi is at the house, courtesy of the Universal Service Fund. It cannot be used during the match, though, principals and teachers. Additionally, adults, remember we have the screening on the outside, blood pressure and blood sugar checks being done by the St. Anne Health Department on the outside. All right? Definitely, Mr. Harris and Mr. Logan have completed it at the end of the video. Welcome to our invitational here at the Southwest St. Anne Primary School Quiz Competition. This matchup is between the QEC Eagles going up against the QEC 25 Masterminds. So it's the Masterminds versus the Eagles. This match lasts for 3 sections: the alternative, the speed, and the buzzer challenge. In the alternative section, questions will be asked alternatively to both teams, gaining 1 point. 1 point for the correct answer, not losing any point for the incorrect answer. If a team gets a question incorrect, the question will be passed to their opponent without them losing their try. Teams, if you say pass, the question will be automatically passed. You have 10 seconds in which to answer your questions. Failure to do so, the question will be passed to your opponent. So the Eagles won the toss and they opted for the Masterminds to go first. So Mastermind, we start with you and we'll start with social studies. When was Jamaica first divided into parishes? In what year? Question passes to the Eagles. Would you like to try? That's incorrect. It's 1664. Still with you, Eagles. Social studies. When was Jamaica first divided into counties? Question passes to Masterminds. Would you like to try? That's incorrect. It's 1758. Still with you, Masterminds. General knowledge. Which movie does the following line come from? I'm going to make him an offer that he cannot refuse. Oh, audience, please remain quiet. We're not hearing. Which movie does the following line come from? I'm going to make him an offer that he cannot refuse. That's incorrect. Question passes to Eagles. Would you like to try? It's The Godfather. Still with you, Eagles. General knowledge. Which movie does the following line come from? May the force be with you. Question passes to Mastermind. Would you like to try? What? We're looking for Star Wars. Still with you, Masterminds. This is a visual. Look at the monitor. Identify the instrument. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. Question passes to Eagles. Would you like to try? That's also incorrect. That's the French horn. Still with you, Eagles. Also a visual. Look at the monitor. Identify this instrument. That's incorrect. Question passes to Masterminds. Would you like to try? That's incorrect. It's a tuba. Still with you, Mastermind. Social studies. How many days does it take Venus to revolve around the sun? That's incorrect. Question passes to Eagles. Would you like to try? That's incorrect. It's 225. Still with you, Eagles. How many days does it take Mercury to revolve around the sun? That is correct. Over to you, Masterminds. Language arts. What does the idiom barking up the wrong tree imply? We'll accept. Over to you, Eagles. Language arts. What does it mean to burn the midnight oil? That is correct. Masterminds, math. A car repair costs $32,980 plus a 5% service charge. What is the total amount you need to pay? Question passes to Eagles. Would you like to try? Go ahead. That's incorrect. It's $34,629. Still with you, Eagles. Math. Your restaurant bill comes to $13,845. If you want to leave a 15% tip, how much should the tip be? Question passes to Masterminds. Would you like to try? That's incorrect. It's $2,076.75. General knowledge. Still with you, Masterminds. Complete the Jamaican proverb. Soko grow. Soko grow. That's incorrect. Question passes to Eagles. Would you like to try? Audience, please be quiet. Soko grow. That's incorrect. So him nose hole open up. Still with you, Eagles. General knowledge. Complete the Jamaican proverb. Dog with too much owner. That is incorrect. Question passes to Mastermind. Would you like to try? That is incorrect. We're looking for go bed without supper. Still with you, Masterminds. Which system in the human body is responsible for hormone production and regulation? Audience. Which system in the human body is responsible for hormone production and regulation? That is correct. Over to you, Eagles. Science. Which system in the human body transports oxygen, nutrients, and waste products through blood vessels using the heart? That's judges. We'll accept. Over to you, Masterminds. Social studies. Give an example of a tropical climate type. That is correct. Over to you, Eagles. Social studies. Give an example of a polar climatic type. That is correct. Math, Masterminds. If you put $12,555 into a savings account and earns 2% simple interest annually, how much interest will you earn in 3 years? Question passes to Eagles. Would you like to try? The answer is $753.30. Still with you, Eagles. Math, a loan of $5,000 has an annual interest rate of 4%. If you pay it back in 1 year, what is the total amount you will pay? That's incorrect. Question passes to the Masterminds. Would you like to try? That's incorrect. It's $5,200. Still with you, Mastermind. Your final question of this round. Science. What vitamin complex includes thiamine, neocrine, and riboflavin? Correct. Over to you, Eagles. Your final question. Science. What is an essential water-soluble nutrient acting as a powerful oxidant that supports immune function, collagen, and iron absorption? Collagen, sorry. That is incorrect. Question passes to Mastermind. Would you like to try? That is correct. And that brings us to the end of the alternative section. Check these scores and be back for the speed challenge. Welcome back to our invitational match here in the Southwest St. Anne Primary School quiz competition between the QEC 25 Masterminds and QEC 25 Eagles. At the end of the first section, the scores are the Masterminds on 5 and the Eagles just behind on 4. We now move into the speed challenge. In this section, each team will be given separate 3 minutes to answer as many questions as possible. Teams, if you don't know the answer, say pass. We'll move right along. If you want a question to be repeated, I can do so. However, additional time will not be allotted. Audience, we're asking you please remain quiet. And again, we will start with the masterminds. We start with math. The clock will start after I read the first question. A right-angled triangle has legs measuring 3 centimeters and 4 centimeters. What is the length of the hypotenuse? 5 centimeters. Language arts. In terms of communication and art, what is the plural of medium? Correct. Science. Digestion of proteins begin in which human organ? Stomach. Social studies. Whose work? Audience, stop the clock. Stop the clock. Audience, please remain quiet so they please can hear the questions. Please. Our teams are asking to speak a little. Thank you. So we can start the clock. Social studies. Whose work would give the most information on Anansi stories? Is it Cecil Ball, Jimmy Cliff, Louis Ben Coverley, or Oliver Samuels? Correct. Math. Sarah saves $12 each week. How many weeks will it take her to save $156? 13 weeks. Spell maestro. Correct. Science. Which cerebral lobe is essential for processing auditory information, language comprehension, memory formation, and emotional regulation? Thermal lobe. Social studies. Who wrote the lyrics of the Jamaican national anthem? Repeat that for me. I heard Philip Sherlock. It's actually Hugh Sherlock. Math. 2 angles are supplementary. If one angle measures 75 degrees, what is the measurement of the other angle? The other angle measures 105. Language arts. Give a synonym for expedite. Correct. Science. What human donor gives a pint of blood? It usually requires how many weeks for the body's reserve of white blood cells? 48 to 72 hours. Social studies. Great Britain controlled the economy, resources, and governance in India from 1800s until independence in 1947. The country can be classified as what? A colony. Math. A ladder is 15 feet long and leans against a wall. If the base of the ladder is 7 feet away from the wall, how high up the wall does the ladder reach? 13 feet. Language arts. What word means a false, misleading, or distorted perception of reality where something seems different from what it actually is? Judges, I have illusion. Science, the study of microscopic organisms such as bacteria, viruses, fungi, and protozoa are called what? No time for that. Microbiology will have been accepted. We now move over to Eagles for your 3 minutes. Matt, clock will start after I read the first question. The hypotenuse of a right angle triangle is 13 meters and one leg is 15 meters. What is the length of the other leg? Correct. What is the plural of codex? Codex. Codices. Science. Digestion of carbohydrates begins where? The mouth. Social studies. Whose work would give the most impact in the area of dance? Glenn Campbell, Myrna Zucker, George Nooks, or Rex Nettleford? Correct. Matt, the price of a computer was $800. It increased by 10%, then decreased by 10%. What is the final price? $792. Spell maneuver. That's incorrect. Maneuver. Science. Which cerebral lobe acts as the brain's executive responsible for planning, decision making, social behavior, and emotional regulation? Frontal lobe. Social studies. Who composed the music of the Jamaican national anthem? Correct. Math. Two angles are supplementary. If one angle measures 95 degrees, what does the other angle measure? Correct. Give a synonym for eccentric. Unconventional or erratic. Science. When a human donor gives a pint of blood, it usually requires how many weeks for the blood's reserve of red blood cells to be replaced? 68 weeks. Social studies. Trinidad and Tobago achieved independence from Britain in 1962, but remained a Commonwealth realm until 1976, replacing the Queen with her president of head of state. The country can be classified as a what? Correct. Matt, a staircase is 20 feet long and leans against a wall. If the base of the staircase is 3 feet away from the wall, how high up the wall does the staircase reach? 22.8. Language arts. What word means a fixed, false belief that persists despite clear, contradictory evidence and is not shared by others within one's culture? Delusion. Science. What is the scientific study of the adverse effects of chemical, physical, or biological agents on living organisms and the environment called? That's incorrect. Toxicology. Social studies. This no time for that. The end of your 3 minutes equals and the end of the speed challenge. We'll check these scores and be back for the exciting buzzer challenge. Welcome back to our invitational here in the Southwest State and Primary School Quiz Competition between the QEC 25 Eagles and the QEC 25 Mastermind. At the end of the first two rounds, the scores are Masterminds on 9 and Eagles also on 9. So we now move into the buzzer challenge. In this section, questions will be thrown open to both teams. First, pressing the buzzer and waiting to be identified will be given the opportunity to answer. If you answer correctly, you gain 2 points. If you answer incorrectly, you lose 2 points. If you answer before you have been identified, you lose 2 points. Please note you have 10 seconds in which to answer. After you have been identified, failure to do so, you will lose 2 points. This section lasts for 5 minutes. Let's have 5 minutes on the clock. The clock will start after I read the first question. We start with science. The bones that make up your spine are called what? Eagles? Correct. Language arts. What does the acronym TTYL stand for? That's Eagles. That is correct. Teams, this is a visual. Look at the monitor. Identify this actor. This logo. Sorry, logo. That's the mastermind. That is correct. Which group of people came to Jamaica as indentured servants in 18? That's the mastermind. That's incorrect. Chinese. Math. What are multiples of 3 up to 15? That's Eagles. Correct. General knowledge. How many years are there in a... Oh. How many years are there in a century? Masterminds? That is correct. True or false? Science. A dog expresses happiness by wagging its tail. Eagles? Correct. Math increased 332 by 7%. That's 355.24. Spell loquacious. Masterminds? That's incorrect. It's Loquacious. Science. Which of the following animals can live on both land and water? Eagles? That's incorrect. It's elephant, hippopotamus, fish, or dog. The answer would have been hippopotamus. General knowledge, true or false? Earth is the only planet in our solar system with liquid water on its surface. Masterminds? That is correct. Math. Bethany's average on 4 tests was 85. If she scored 85, 80, and 75 on 3 tests, what did she score on the last test? That's 100. Science. What part of a bird allows it to fly high in the sky? Masterminds? Correct. Language arts. What is the collective noun for a group of thieves? Masterminds? Repeat that for me. That's incorrect. We're looking for gang. General knowledge. What is the national animal? What is the national animal of India? Audience? That's the Bengal tiger. General knowledge. How many months have 30 days? Masterminds? That's incorrect. It's 4. Math? Math? How much Audience, how much is 15% of 340? Audience. Eagles? That is correct. General knowledge. Which sport is known as the gentleman's game? Masterminds? Correct. Who is the opposition minister for labor and sports? Masterminds? That is correct. Language arts. Correct the redundancy in the sentence. Can you please repeat again? Masterminds? Yes, correct the sentence. That is correct. General knowledge. Which drink is prepared from crushing grapes? Masterminds? Correct. Math. How many sides are on an... No time for that. The end of the buzzer challenge. And the end of the match. We'll double check these scores and be back with your final score. All right. Welcome back to our invitational match here in the Southwest State Primary School Quiz Competition between the QEC 25 Mastermind and the QEC 25. What is a closely contested match? We have some scores. To the question, what is the collective noun for a group of thieves? Answered by the masterminds. Answer given initially was dead. That is indeed correct. So with that being said, at the end of the match, the scores are the QEC 25 Eagles on 17 and the QEC 25 Masterminds on 21. Congratulations, Masterminds, and very well played, Eagles. Now invite the captains to come forward and shake hands, even with the Southwest State and Quiz Tradition. Thank you, captains. So here in the QEC 25, the masterminds would have prevailed. They mastered it. So please stay tuned. We will be starting our grand finale between Bethany Primary and Aboukir Primary here in the Southwest State Quiz Competition. Could I have the captains of both teams just to do the coin toss? everyone to take their seats. Tested, tested, tested. Welcome to the grand finale in this, the Southwest St. Anne Primary School Quiz Competition. This match lasts for 3 sections. The alternative, the speed, and the buzzer challenge. In the alternative section, questions will be asked alternatively to both teams. First, the buzzer, waiting to be each team will be given asked alternative questions. 1 point for the correct answer. Lose 9 points for the incorrect answer. For the team gets the question incorrect, the question will pass to the opponent without any if the team gets passed, the question will be passed to the opponent automatically. If you have 10 seconds in which to answer your question, failure to do so, the question will be passed to your opponent. In this section, the questions will not be repeated, so please listen carefully. Our judges for this match are Mrs. Perry and Patterson Lake, Mr. Lawrence, Marissa Brady, Miller Edwards, and Lois Stewart. I am your host, Brady. Our teams in Aboukir Primary, Bethany Primary. So, 19 schools will have entered into the QEC 25 competition. We are down to the final 2. Aboukir, Bethany. Who this match? Earlier on, we had the toss. Aboukir won, and they opted for Bethany to go first. So Bethany is up to 2. Set of people brought which set of people brought sugar cane to the meeting? That is correct. Bethany, general knowledge. Which Jamaican artist sing the song God is the Greatest? Five-star hotel. So which is Aboukir, general knowledge. Which Jamaican artist sing the song God is the Greatest? Question passes to Bethany. Would you like to try? Bethany? That's the correct spot. Still with you, Bethany. This is the visual. Look at the That is correct. Aboukir, also a visual. Look at the monitor. Identify the time being displayed. That is correct. Social studies, Bethany. The legislative arm of government is at what? What? Correct. So it's the Aboukir. Social studies. What? Question passes to Bethany. Would you like to try? Not what we're looking for policy. Still with you, Bethany, language arts. Doctor who specializes in taking care of the heart. Correct. Doctor, a specialized doctor who fixes problems in the brain, nerves, and what? That is correct. Bethany subtract 5.2 from 20.15. Question passes to Aboukir. Would you like to try? That is correct. Still with you, Aboukir. Math. Subtract 3.2 from 12.45. Correct. General knowledge, Bethany. Complete the Jamaican proverb. See, I'm blind. Correct. Aboukir, general knowledge. Complete the Jamaican proverb. Trouble not set. That is correct. Bethany, science. Name an excretory organ in humans. Correct. Aboukir, which of the following is not an excretory product? Carbon dioxide, sweat, undigested food in feces, or urine? That's incorrect. Question passes to Bethany. Would you like to try? Go ahead. That is correct. Still with you, Bethany, social studies. The JTA represents what set of professionals in Jamaica? That's incorrect. Question passes to Aboukir. Would you like to try? That is correct. Still with you, Aboukir. The NAJ represents what set of people in Jamaica? Question passes to Bethany. Would you like to try? Bethany, would you like to try? That's incorrect. It's nurses. Still with you, Bethany. Math. If 950 candies are to be shared equally among 5 friends, how many candies would each friend get? Correct. Aboukir, math. If 320 balls are to be shared equally among between 2 friends, how many balls does each friend get? Correct. The final question, Bethany, science. Name one animal that is a herbivore. Not what we're looking for. Question passes to Aboukir. Would you like to try? That is correct. Still with you, Aboukir, your final question. Name one animal that is a carnivore. That is correct. And that brings us to the end of our alternative section. We check these scores. Be back for the speed challenge. Let's try for Bethany. Let's say Bethany. Testing one. Hold on, Bethany. Hold on. All right, go ahead now, Bethany. Let's try now Aboukir.
Aboukir.
There we go. So let's try again, Bethany. No. Test. Test. Testing one. Are we testing the schools one last time? Aboukir,
Aboukir.
Bethany,
Bethany.
welcome back to the grand finale in this, the Southwest St. Anne Primary School quiz competition between Aboukir Primary and Bethany Primary. At the end of the first round, the scores are Bethany Primary on 8 and Aboukir Primary ahead on 10. We'll now move into the speed challenge in this section. Each team will be given separate 3 minutes to answer as many questions as possible. Teams, if you don't know the answer, say pass. We'll move right along. If you want a question to be repeated, I can do so. However, additional time will not be allotted. And again, we will start with Bethany. Bethany, I'll start with Matt. The clock will start after I read the first question. Let's have 3 minutes on the clock. Round 1823 to the nearest 100. Correct. Language arts. A group of bees is known as what? Correct. Science is petting a dog a push or a pull. Correct. Social studies. What does the acronym MOESYI stand for in Jamaica? Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth, and Information. Math, a vendor sells snacks for $45 each. If they sell 24 snacks, how much money will they make? $1,080. Spell plunder. Correct. Science, what moistens food to help you swallow and contains enzymes to start breaking down carbohydrates? Correct. Social studies, what is the capital of Grenada? St. George's. Math, a bus leaves at 8 a.m. and arrives at its destination at 3:30 p.m. How long was the journey? That is correct. Science, if you throw a ball, what forces act on it? Judges, have gravity or air resistance. Social studies, what colors make up the flag of Cuba? Correct. Math, a bookstore has 2,141 books. If 655 books are sold and 215 new books are added, how many books are now in the bookstore? 1,701. Language arts. What does the idiom under the water mean? Under the weather, sorry. Will accept, stick or ill. Science, true or false. Forces can only move objects, not stop them. Correct. Social studies. What landform is an area that contains a chain or group of islands scattered in lakes, rivers, or ocean? False. Correct. Math, you buy an item for $45.99 and pay with a $100 bill. How much change will you receive? Incorrect, $54.09. Language arts, identify the verb in the following sentence. The monkey sat by the door. Correct. Science, what type of rock is formed from pieces of sand, mud, pebbles, and shells that settle? Correct. And that is the end of your 3 minutes, Bethany. Very well done. We now move over to Aboukir for your 3 minutes. The clock will start after I read the first question. Start with math. Round 5, 6, 7, 8 to the nearest thousand. Incorrect, 6,000. Language arts. A group of ants is known as a? Correct. Science, is lifting a school bag a push or a pull? Correct. Social studies. What does the acronym SDC stand for? Correct. Math, an artist sells paintings for $175 each. If they sell 14 paintings, how much money do they make? $2,450. Language arts. Spell pounds. Spell the word pounds. That's incorrect. It's P-O-U-N-C-E. Science, what organ makes a substance called bile that helps break down fats? Correct. Social studies. What is the capital of St. Vincent and the Grenadines? Kingstown. Math, a car leaves at 7:20 a.m. and arrives at its destination at 12:15 p.m. How long was the journey? 4 hours, 55 minutes. Language arts. What word means to practice a play, dance, piece of music, or speech in preparation for a public performance? Correct. Science, if you push a toy car, what makes it eventually stop? Correct. Social studies. What colors make up the flag of Grenada? Correct. Math, a library has 1,230 books. If 345 books are checked out and 87 new books are added, how many books are now in the library? 972 books. Language arts. What does the idiom piece of cake mean? Correct. Science, true or false? A heavier push makes an object move slower. Correct. Social studies. A landform juts out into a water and is connected by an isthmus or narrow land strip. What is that called? Peninsula. Math. You buy an item for $15.99 and pay with a $20 bill. How much change do you receive? $4.01. Language arts. Identify the verb in the following sentence. Michelle hurt her elbow while playing. See that for me? That is correct. Science. What type of rock forms when hot molten rock cools and hardens? Correct. Social studies. Which national hero founded No Time for That? The end of your 3 minutes, Aboukir, and the end of the speed challenge. We check these scores. Be back to the final score. Coaches, you can have a word with your teams. Make substitutions if you so desire. Public service announcement. Please remember, we have the St. John Health Department on the outside doing the blood pressure and blood. Yes, we can't afford for you to go to St. Anne's Day or Alexandria. So please get your blood pressure and blood sugar checks done on the outside. All right. Then we are good. All right. Audience, we're asking you, please remain quiet during this section. Please. Absolute silence is required for this part of the match. please. All right? We've been a great bunch from morning, so let's continue on the same trajectory. Welcome back to the grand finale in this, the Southwest St. Anne Primary School Quiz Competition between our third place team of last year, Aboukir, and our defending champions, Bethany. At the end of the first two rounds, the scores are Bethany Primary on 20 and Aboukir Primary on 21. All right, teams, this is it. We now move into the buzzer challenge. In this section, questions will be thrown open to both teams. First, pressing the buzzer and waiting to be identified will be given the opportunity to answer. If you answer correctly, you'll gain 2 points. If you answer incorrectly, you will lose 2 points. If you answer before you have been identified, you will lose 2 points. Teams, you have 10 seconds in which to answer after you have been identified. Failure to do so, you will lose 2 points. This section lasts for 5 minutes. Let's have 5 minutes on the clock. In this section, also the questions will not be repeated, so please listen carefully. We will start with general knowledge. Which fruit is red and has seeds on its outside? Aboukir? Correct. Language arts. Identify the adverb in the following sentence. Marcus always arrives early. Bethany?
Early.
That's incorrect. It's always. Teams, this is a visual. Look at the monitor. Identify this cartoon character. Bethany?
Photo.
That is correct. Social studies, true or false? A benefit of forests is to help in the changing of the seasons. Aboukir? It's true. Math, a recipe calls for 500 grams of flour. If you want to make 3 batches, how many kilograms of flour do you need? Bethany?
1.5.
Correct. General knowledge. Complete the following proverb. The higher the monkey climbs. Bethany? We will accept. Science. Which of these is not an example of precipitation? Rain, snow, hail, fog. Aboukir? Correct. Math. Find the highest common factor of 12 and 18. Aboukir? Correct. Spell theatrical. Aboukir? That is correct. Science, what is the longest bone in the human body called? Bethany? Or the thigh bone, correct. Teams, this is a visual. Look at the monitor. Identify this brand logo. Aboukir? That is correct. General knowledge. If a volcano hasn't erupted but isn't considered extinct, scientists classify it as what? A Bethany? That is correct. Math, calculate 45 multiplied by 23. 1035. Science, your brain is the control center of what system? Bethany? Correct. General knowledge. Which of these animals has spots? A leopard or a tiger? Bethany? Correct. General knowledge. What is the capital city of Italy? Bethany? Correct. Math. If you have 2,500 marbles and give away 789, how many would you have left? 1,711. General knowledge. In football, which body part can't touch the ball? Bethany?
And
Correct. General knowledge. What large spark of electricity in the air often accompanies thunder? Bethany? That is correct. Language arts. What is the collective noun for a group of mosquitoes? Aboukir? Correct. General knowledge. According to folklore, what do you find at the end of a rainbow? Aboukir? That is correct. Math, divide 750 by 25. Aboukir? That is correct. General knowledge. Is avocado a fruit or vegetable? Aboukir? Correct. Social studies. Which is the largest ethnic group in Jamaica? Bethany? Correct. General knowledge. Which sport did David Beckham play? Bethany? Correct. Science. What is the hardest substance in the human body? Aboukir? That is correct. Math. If a movie starts at 7:15 p.m. and lasts for 2 hours and 30 minutes, what time would the movie end? Bethany?
9:45.
That is correct. General knowledge. What is the most spoken language in the world? Bethany?
English.
Judges? Correct. Teams is the visual. Look at the monitor. Identify the cartoon clip for. Aboukir? Correct. Language arts. What figure of speech is used in the following sentence? No time for that. And the end of the match. That is the end of the buzzer challenge and the end of the match. We will double check these scores and be back with the final score. Welcome back to the grand finale in this, the Southwest St. Anne Primary School Quiz Competition 2026. At the end of the match, before I give you the final score, to the language arts question, identify the adverb in the following sentence. Marcus always arrives early. Early is indeed an adverb given by Bethany, so they'll have picked up your 2 points for that question. With that being said, at the end of the match, the scores are Aboukir Primary on 41 and Bethany Primary on 50. Very well done, Bethany Primary, and very well played, Aboukir Primary. I'll now invite the captains. I'll now invite the captains of both teams. Invite the captains of both teams to come forward and shake hands in keeping with the Southwest St. Anne quiz tradition. Well done, well done. And your 2026 champions of the Southwest St. Anne quiz competition is the defending champions, Bethany Primary. Thank you so much. We'll be having our ceremony following this. So please stay tuned for our ceremony where our awards will be presented to the schools and their prizes. Please stay tuned. Thank you so much for joining. And again, we will see each and every one of us next year, all being well. Thank you. All right, so we'll be starting the ceremony in around 8 minutes or so. We'll be starting the awards ceremony. Thank you. We're asking everyone just to take your seats so we can start quickly. Asking everyone to take your seats quickly. All right, we're asking everyone to be on the inside. Asking everyone to be on the inside so we can start the award ceremony.
Attention, please. Will car with license plate 5757 LS Toyota Yaris. We're asking you to make way for somebody to pass you. Toyota Yaris 5757 LS. Can you please just move your car so somebody can move? Thank you. 57 license plate 5757 Toyota Yaris LS.
All right. All right. So we are ready to proceed. All right. All right. So moving to our award ceremony. Before we meet our awards, we're just going to, due to the time constraint and presentations. So with that being said, I'm now going to invite to the floor one of our main sponsors, Mr. Charlton McFarlane from the Universal Service Fund, just to share with us his experience here in Southwest St. Anne. Please make him welcome.
Thank you, Shane. Good afternoon, everyone. What a match. What a match. Um, I like he gave me a long speech. I was told not to pour it any long detail. I just want to say that I am extremely proud, and the USF, we would have sponsored a number of events since I assumed position as the CEO, but no competition, no event, no sponsorship, but I want to place on record for this one. Has given me more joy. If you notice, I was here at the beginning, and I am here at the end. And I just want to say something. I played spiritually, and I got to the final, and I lost. So I went outside, and I took my friend from Africa, because I have to tell her MP that there are no losers here. Right? I want to say that they are all winners. And I just want to say that because the USF believe that they are all winners, we didn't travel here with 6 prizes. We traveled with 12. And I want to thank you. Thank you very much. I think O'Shane thought I was going to speak longer, right? But I'll condense my words to this.
Thank you so much, Minister Main. I must add my 2 cents to it. I must say this year would have been a marvelous year. We started this as a second staging. We started last year. Trust me, the way how the students would have evolved over the year throughout this competition, as Mr. Main rightly said, we would have achieved our target, right? We would have achieved. And these students, they are constantly making us proud as the days goes by. And competition here in QEC, Mr. McFarland, is just not, it's nothing normal. I don't think any other QEC or constituency in Jamaica competes like how the schools in this constituency compete. And for that, I must say, Southwestern St. Anne students and QEC 25 students, you guys, are a big deal. I am so proud. I am so proud of the schools. You wouldn't imagine. I'm so proud. So let's go into the meat of the matter now with our awards. We'll be awarding the schools who top their zones, their respective zones. We had 4 zones. Winning starting from zone 4. We're going to invite Mrs. Chambers from the ministry to come and make this presentation. So asking the principal or person from the retirement primary who would have won zone 4. A big surprise over there in zone 4 this year. Representative from retirement primary. Moving over into zone 3. Winners of zone 3 and your third place school, Murray Mountain Primary. Could I have the captain from Murray to come and collect their award? Their second time of winning their zone. Second place last year, third place this year. Murray Mountain. Just going to invite Dr. Wainwright just to make the following presentation. Winning zone 2 in the Southwest St. Anne Primary School Quiz Competition. Your champions, Bethany Primary. And winning zone 1 is your second place team, Aboukir Primary. All right. Please note all schools, all participating schools will be receiving their medals of participation, their gold medals of participation, courtesy of the Member of Parliament, the Honorable Xavier May. We'll be now moving into a sectional prize, and I speak from the heart when I speak about this prize. I'm going to ask Ms. Lawrence to make the presentation. This prize is no ordinary one, the first of its kind in the competition. And this prize is for the most improved school. We have been tracking the schools from last year to this year, right? And I must tell you, a lot of growth has been shown. And winning, and I particularly want the captain of this school to collect this award. This award goes to none other than Bob Marley Primary and Infant School. They are the most improved school in the QEC this year throughout the competition. And I must tell you a little thing. The captain, it's only nervousness that took the best of her today, but she's incredible. She's an incredible student. Congratulations, Bob Marley. Well deserved. All right, I'll invite Mrs. McBain to do the presentation of our third place team, inviting the captain, your team, and the coaches to come and receive their presentation of trophy. The third place team, Murray Mountain Primary. So Murray Mountain would have won the third place trophy, a cash prize of $100,000, a trip to Mystic Mountain for both coaches and students. So Murray walking away with the third place trophy, $100,000, and a trip for the entire team and coaches to the Mystic Mountain Adventure Park. Give it up for Murray Mountain. All right. I'm just inviting the teacher from Bob Marley, the coach from Bob Marley, for their cash prize. Asking Mrs. Chambers to make this presentation. The fourth place team will be getting a cash prize of $50,000. Also, a trip to Mystic Mountain for both coaches and students. Students from Bob Marley, please make your way on the platform. Your fourth place team, Bob Marley Primary and Infant School. Give it up for them. Very well done, Bob Marley. I'll now be inviting Mr. McFarlane and Miss Lorian Hill from Hill's Funeral Services. We're asking Mr. McFarlane to assist with the handing out of the medals and the awards. And I'm asking Miss Hill to issue the trophy for us. So your second place team receiving $150,000 courtesy of the Member of Parliament, a trip to Mystic Mountain for both coaches and the team members, their trophy, and 6 gadgets, tablets that is, from Universal Service Fund, none other than the Aboukir Primary and Infant School. Give it up for Aboukir Primary and Infant School, their second place trophy. So they'll be getting their participatory medals and their silverware for second place, stepping up the chain from last year, which they were third. Big improvement for the Big Blue School out of Aboukir. And they'll be receiving their tablets courtesy of the Universal Service Fund. This has been done by the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Charlton McFarlane. Give it up for Aboukir one more time. Show Jamaica that USF is here in Southwestern St. Anne. Thank you so much. Mr. Lotian, Mr. McFarlane, please don't let this behind. This is very crucial. So receiving their cash prize of $150,000, courtesy of the Member of Parliament, the Honorable Xavier May. All right. So we'll be moving along. I'm just going to invite Miss Bailey to the platform from the Parenting Commission. Miss Bailey. She will be issuing our participation medals to the champions, Bethany Primary. Inviting the team members from Bethany. Photo. All right, thank you so much, Miss Bailey. Please remain, Bethany. Stay where you are. Stay where you are, Bethany. I'll now invite the Honorable Xavier Main, Member of Parliament, Southwestern St. Anne, to the platform. He will be issuing the medals, their gold medals to the team. He also will be issuing the cash prize. their gadgets courtesy of the Universal Service Fund and their championship trophy. I'll invite both coach and principal to the platform, please. Bethany Primary, winning this year's competition, will receive 6 laptops, touchscreen laptops, that is, courtesy of the Universal Service Fund. They also will be going to Mystic Mountain for both coaches and students at Mystic Mountain. And for this year's championship, the champion team walks away with the championship trophy and cash prize of $250,000, courtesy of the Member of Parliament, the Honorable Xavier May. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Southwestern St. Anne Quiz Champion, Bethany Primary School. In the interim, I'm inviting each school representative just to go to the table to collect your medals of participation. So the schools that are here, please just walk towards the table, one person, to collect your medals.